Hi everyone, my name's Peter Swain. I'm a Wiradjuri man. My people are the Davy people, and I was born onto my mother's land, the land of my people, since time began. Since time began, my people have lived in and on this land, and we've worked with the land. We've been part of the land, and we've understood the land. Today we're gathering here on top of Cumbermellan, a place that's very significant for my people, a place of ceremony and a place of gathering for our people, where we lived in rock shelters such as this one. My people believed in the magic of this land. Even after everything we've done to this land, we can still feel the magic. You only have to be here to see it and to feel the magic. Because the magic's always been here since the very first day, and it's our job to take care of it. And it's always been that way. You see, magic has to be nurtured and treated with respect. You take only what's required and you leave whatever's left. But for far too long we've been taking. And now all we've done is we've taken all the magic and we've squirreled it away and we've locked it up in banks for a rainy day. The thing that I find tragic is how we then kneel down and pray, praying that more magic will come our way. Well, it doesn't work that way. No matter what you say and no matter how hard you pray, it doesn't work that way. You see, to keep the magic coming, you've got to put some magic back. You can't just keep on take. The magic doesn't work like that. I think what we're doing here is we are putting back some of the magic. Collectively, if we all put in some of our own magic, we can create something beautiful. And I think that's what we're doing here. So I'd like to welcome you here to my ancestral lands, the lands of my people since time began, the lands of the Davy, the Bogey people, the Wiradjuri people. Welcome and enjoy the festival. Thank you very much.
So here we are at the Spirit of 21. My name is Alex Wisser. I'm sitting here in Way Out Art Space in the main street of Candos. That beautiful welcome to country came to you from the top of Cumbermellan Mountain that sits over Candos and overlooks the entire Cudgegong Valley, which you would have seen in some of that video. I'd like to thank Peter Swain for delivering that beautiful welcome. Peter is a Davy man and a traditional custodian of this country. He's also a poet, an artist, and an educator. He's many things besides, including a good friend. So thank you, Peter. Thank you for all of the welcomes you've given to us over the years, and thank you for the spirit of welcome with which you've involved yourself in our activities. Huge shout out and thank you to Joe Albany as well, our First Nations curator, who you two are an amazing pair, and I'm so proud and happy to get to know you. I'd also like to thank our entire Aboriginal community for involving us in your cultural activity and for getting involved in what we're doing as well. It's been one of the best parts of the Cementa adventure. I would like to pay my respects to the elders past, present, and emerging. I'm here on Wiradjuri land. I would love to know where people are watching from. So if you get a chance, jump into the Facebook feed, get into the comments, and drop in which country you're sitting on. Okay, and so here we go. This is the first time we have done anything like this. And true to style, we just decided to jump in and try it on. If everything isn't technically perfect, well then that's our aesthetic. It's completely intentional. If I seem awkward or a bit nervous, well, I am. So I'm not going to be able to change that. I believe I'm going to live through the next 2 days, and I hope you'll live through them with me. We're just going to see what comes of it. So lucky for me, we put together an amazing program. We've got our idea has been to make the online presentation experience more spontaneous and social. Today and Saturday, we have heaps for you to do. workshops, performances, and online activities. The program is on our website, cementa.com.au. Or you have to make sure to book in if you want to participate in any of the activities, or join us on the Facebook live stream at Cementa Festival, all one word. That's our Facebook page. So we opened in the spirit of 21 with one of our most ambitious projects, Foreground Foresight, presented by AsiaLink. We've been talking with AsiaLink for almost 2 years about the similarities between regional Japan and regional New South Wales. Japan is a precedent for what we're trying to do here in Candos. And I felt over the years like we've been reinventing a wheel that Japan has been rolling with for the last 2 decades. So it's a great privilege and an exciting prospect to get the opportunity to listen to some of those voices from that history. So thank you to Pippa Dixon and to the AsiaLink team for putting this amazing symposium on. And well, without further ado or delay, I give you Foreground Foresight.
Session will have full simultaneous audio translation in Japanese and English. Please select the interpretation function on the bottom right-hand side of your screen and choose the language you would like to join with. For our bilingual friends, you can choose off. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Pippa Dixon and I'm the Director of Agelink Arts at the University of Melbourne. Thank you very much to Alex Wisser, the Visionary Artistic Director at Cementa, and his team for presenting this special online event today and tomorrow, the Spirit of 21, and for inviting Agelink Arts to join in. For those who are joining us on this webinar, this session, please do tune in to the Spirit of 21 live stream today and tomorrow via Cementa's website and Facebook page for a packed program of performances, parties and presentations. Thank you to Peter Swain for the welcome to country on the Cementa streaming. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which Agelink is located at the University of Melbourne, the Wurundjeri, Woiwurrung and Boon Wurrung peoples of the Kulin Nation in Naarm, where we are located. I recognise their continuing connection to land, water and community. I pay respects to elders past, present and emerging, and to all First Nations people on whose land we work across Australia and the Asia Pacific. This session today will be recorded and shared later on YouTube and our web platforms. We welcome questions to be added to the chat at any time, which will be addressed at the end of the session at approximately 12:40 to 12:50 p.m. Please then do join us for the next Eventbrite session for the panel discussion with Teiko Hinema, Andrew Burns and Norikazu Sato, commencing at 1 p.m. You can find the link in the Eventbrite chat, to Eventbrite in the chat. It is my absolute pleasure today to welcome art luminary, Mr. Fram Kitagawa, Chairman of Art Front Gallery, to present this keynote. Over 30 years, Agelink Arts has forged enduring relationships with Japanese artists, arts leaders and organisations, and Mr. Kitagawa's projects are widely recognised in the so-called art world here in Australia. With enormous credibility and a long trajectory of projects developed with community and within regional areas in Japan, today we're delighted to bring him and his work into the orbit of audiences in regional Australia through the Cementa Festival based in Kandos, New South Wales. I would like to acknowledge the Mayor of the Mid-Western region, Councillor Des Kennedy, for also joining us in the audience today. This program is an important part of our new initiative, Regional, which looks at the ways in which regional communities in Australia and the Indo-Pacific are integrating art for community and economic development purposes. Our aim is to expose different approaches and learnings, shepherd connections, and create a network of long-lasting cultural bridges between regional Australian arts communities and the Indo-Pacific, ensuring equal opportunity for participation of all Australians with our broader region. Mr. Kitagawa was born in Niigata Prefecture in 1946. Following his graduation from Tokyo University of the Arts, he has organised and introduced many important exhibitions to Japanese audiences. Mr. Kitagawa is world-renowned for his involvement in activities related to community development, such as his lead role in the planning of the Farret Tachikawa Art Project and cultural activities he oversees at the Daikanyama Hillside Terrace. He has served as the General Director of the Echigo Sumari Art Triennial since 2000 and has made a major contribution to the development of the region through art. He has also served as the Director General of the Setouchi Triennial, the Northern Alps Art Festival, the Okonoto Triennial, and the Ichihara Art Mix, and others. Please welcome today Fran Kitagawa. Thank you, Fran.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm so glad to have today's opportunity. First of all, I'd like to show my gratitude to Cementa and Asia Link. I would like to start today's presentation. For today, I'd like to introduce about Tsumago Art Triennial and also Setouchi Art Triennial. Tsumago Echigo Tsumari Art Triennial was held in the center of Japan. This area used to be under the sea, and this location experiences heavy snowfall in Japan and have rich agriculture. There's about 20,000 people lives in area, and in the winter we experiences about 4 meters of the snowfall. With the modernization, many people has moved into urban city, and previously this area has experienced for abundance of agriculture. It's now shrinking in population. So I choose this area to revitalize by using the power of art. This initiative started from 2000. This area takes about 2 hours by train from Tokyo and 3 hours by car from Tokyo. As you can see, there is a quite heavy snowfall. And in the winter, you only can enter to the house from the second story. There's a river called Shinano River that is the longest river and also beautiful riverside terrace. And the forest nearby experiences rich trees. And about 5,000 years ago, the Jomon culture was flourished in the region. Many prestigious pottery was discovered from this region. Since then, about 2,500 years ago, the people started making the rice farming. You can see the rice terrace, beautiful scenery of rice terrace. And that has continued up until 100 years ago. Unfortunately, with the urbanized city, now the population has shrinked. So aging and depopulation is a big problem in Japan. So we would like to revitalize the area by using the power of art. That's the backbone of the Echigo Tsumari Art Festival. In order to do so, there was many foundings, and I'd like to share that with you along the way. First of all, the journey is very important. Not only Japanese people, but people in the world always enjoyed traveling to the place you've never been and learn many aspects of life through the traveling. Art can be the navigation or guide for the traveling. At this stage, the tourism all over Japan is becoming very popular, and about 300 places have been conducting one way or another kind of art-guided traveling. So the art is the way to navigate the people. And art will create somewhere interesting, more worth visiting. which connects the local people and also artists. Artists will look into the art as a tourist. This one is Ilya and Kabanov rice terrace. So as you can see, there's a rice terrace of 50 meters, and there's a 7 levels. And Ilya Kabakov has created the scenery of the rice, how they prepare for the rice field, and how they move the harvested rice to the town. As you can see, there is a frame of with a long wire, and there's a poem written into the scenery. And this picture shows the longest river, Shinano River. So this was previous Shinano River, and it's winding around to the rice field, which shows abundance of the water, which provided enrichment to the rice terrace. When you look at nowadays, the current river, they have changed the movement, they have changed the location by concrete. By looking at those yellow flags, it shows where the river used to be and how important it was to the local community. What was interesting was we had a quite bit of resentment to start with. However, now we get understanding of the local people. And a flag was shown to show the direction of the wind. That was suggestion by local people. And the river was shown this way. This was shown the puma in the part of nature. This area and the people who live in this area need to communicate with the nature. And this is a site-specific experience. And this is all about Echigo Tsumari. And the same artist this area has been hit by earthquake 2011. And this area has also damaged by it. And landsliding was one of the significant damage. And artist has discovered different way to display their artwork. This art was shown in a small former primary school. The artist decided to this area, small gymnastic of the former primary school, and display their artwork. There was nobody using this building anymore. But by creating art, there's more people who can look after the area. Art is not only displaying the artwork, but also revive the memory of the people who used to live there. This is the work from Christian Boltanski, who passed away this year. He displayed the wire and the flag. There's about 100 white T-shirt was displayed. It's only hanging there, but there was a meaning behind it. This white shirt, when it was blown by the wind, it reminds us the people who used to live here, or people who must leave the house in order to make their life. And this one is a Marina Brownridge. This used to be an abandoned house and nobody was lived there. The old lady used to live there. Her husband has passed away. And she used to live in somewhere else, but she came back and she wanted to open up the guest house. She created different color of the room and she recorded her dreams. She made into the book. It shows the people who had to move on to the urban city, but there's a memory still remaining. The important thing is to create the new value from existing things. So this is also another example of the creating new value from the existing. There was about 3,000 people curbing the old building and revitalize the buildings to completely new look. And this is also another example. This was a former primary school, which currently abandoned. And they created a beautiful art space using the drifted timber. And that's one of the popular art. This was also smaller size school. They used the needle, 30,000 needle to create this art. This was done by elderly ladies. Those elderly ladies came in the morning, work on the art, go back for lunch and come back. So they could be anywhere between 50 to 80 years old. And such work was shown. In the normal life, they are not productive in day-to-day. However, they have a great skill. They have a great experience for needling, and that skill can be shown. This was the oldest village in the area. And the artist from Thailand came and made this art because he could relate his grandfather or grandmother was living in a similar way. And Akakura is the name of the town with the red soil. So he looked back his own country, his own ancestor. So this artwork is a public art which lies next to the riverbank. It used to be an illegal disposal site. And now it's revitalized to a couple walking, enjoyable park. And this was done by a public work. So it's along with the concept of making the road or making the work. So if the artist can work together with the public work, then we can create something interesting. Unless they can work together. This was created as the bungalow, but they actually changed the concept and invite the artists and create this display. You can see how differently light can transmit it through the panel. This was damaged by earthquake. And they were planning to make some sort of shelter, but they decided to make a stage. So you could have the roof on top to see from the sunlight, but we decided to make the performing art smallest performing art stage. And also the park was created. This was artist English Richard Bacon. He was going to make just a bench in the park, but we created something totally different. And the people had complained because it doesn't look like a bench, so we had to create something next to it. This area normally experiences a snow from end of November till March. For the half of the year, they need to remove the snow. And this is the heavy machinery to use the snow removal. And it shows Romeo and Juliet. This display was held in the summer, but those heavy machinery can use for the part of art, and we can appreciate in a different way. This was also another example. When the earthquake hit in the region, this house was demolished. There was only 6 houses in the region, and many residents has moved out. So there's an artist for the pottery came in and helped to revive the old abandoned house by experiencing the local food and local delicacy. So there was no transport back then, but because of this revitalization, we now have a people coming to once earthquake hit area. The food is very important. The daily life is very important. Satoyama was the concept that we would like to revive throughout this activity. This was helped by the local house moms, and the tourists can experience the local food, local delicacies served by local mothers. And not only just serving the food, but also experiencing the stage. And food can be experienced as a part of art. And the important thing is they don't consider only that area can be revitalized. It has to be the global and local. So
now the Korean and Thailand and Hong Kong, China, those global artists are coming constantly. And such country, we can actually develop some prices for them as well, specifically for such countries. This one is the Chinese artist work, which has been commissioned to the US artist. Before this furnace was broken, it's been transferred to this our location. This is a Hong Kong house. So the Hong Kong culture organization is still maintaining it. And this is China house. And in this background, the very first initiative we had in our project was Australian house. So we are located in a similar geometry, and we felt very close to Australia. And also, um, Australia has revisited their own history. We have engaged the Australian artist. The first artist was Fiona Foley, who actually recreated and realized the story of Aboriginal. So the gold board and silver board. We in Japan have an old telling of gold and silver of the camel. So we can relate to that. And we had a lot of people very passionate about this kind of thing. And also Asia Link and also Australian Embassy were very, very passionate and have contributed. And I expect it was probably the largest attendance. And the activities also had a lot of deep connection with the local people and collaboration, which has reflected to such art pieces. What in 2003, we have established a science house. And the first exhibition in that house was Aboriginal art. So this is how we started with Australia. In 2009, in a small house located in a mountain, we started a house called Australian House. However, the house was collapsed in winter. Now we had to think of what we can think of. So we had Tadao Ando, the famous architect, run the competition, the international competition. Then Andrew Burns won the prize and built an Australian house. And based on that Australian house, not only such art and fine arts, but these giant puppets actually visited and doing the tour in Setouchi as well. Recent activity includes music, various arts. In our festival, we invited many visitors. During 50 days, we welcome over 500,000 people. And they are coming from all over the world. Then next, I would like to share my experience of Setouchi Triennale. Seto Naikai Sea is actually a very quiet, peaceful sea, surrounded by many islands. So initially, the people immigrated from continents. So we consider this geometry like mother's womb. Now it has been depopulated. The people are going into the large cities. And we are losing many such small islands which can provide habitat for birds. But I think it has also benefit. The islands or it can be used in a negative, closed community to hide an embarrassing situation, such as sending the Hansen patient and illegal dumping. Where the island's population has decreased significantly, and having a wedding of the non-island people are celebrated by all the islanders. And this kind of activities, the local people are trying to be connected with global people. So through these kind of activities, many interesting activities can be seen. And this is the institution to keep the patient of Hansen. 1996, until then, this facility has been operated without actually disclosing what was going on there. And the patient were basically confiscated in here. Now there is a movement to compensate such patients who were discriminated during that period. And while they were closed in this kind of premises, we would like to pass on that memory of suffering. We would like this island to be the place for the future children. That is the local islanders' hope. And therefore, in order to realize that, they are actually exhibiting the pieces to express such hope. Another one is actually Kashima, which used to be an industrial waste land. And it was actually becoming popular in Japan in a bad way, because the Japanese people thought anything produced in this island cannot be consumed. What you're looking at is also in a small island. It was their own idea and their own way. They netted these net and put them together. In Ireland, rather big one called Shodoshima, they have actually established community house, which has been involved by Asia Link and Australian organizations, where the performance and events can be held. So we had that connection deeply from the beginning with Asian communities in Australia. And always we have been continuing have that close connection with Australia. So this is what we have accumulated over so many years, both the Triennale, Setouchi, and Echigo Tsumari. And we have been seeing a positive result, seeing more people moving to those places. And now we are seeing the global attentions, which will bring more people from other countries. So this is the first in Japan. Those abandoned schools now is revitalized. People who left places are now coming back. In such a movement, so you can see the population is increasing. Those islands have changed significantly in many aspects. So has Japan. Very first time, this island has welcomed the general people from all over Japan. And Japan, actually, the government has apologized for their wrongdoing to those Hansen disease patients. So this was also an island that was used for the industrial waste. What we are doing here is that while we are creating art, on the left-hand side is a very famous museum. So this is a very famous and popular museum. All it has is water. And you can see it's surrounded by rice field. So we are doing, making rice as part of our activities. So we would like to bring it back to the place where the local people can feel proud of their own place. So those who deserted islands to work in large cities, I would like to give them the proud back again for their own ancestors and parents who have been working very hard in each local areas under very difficult environments. So by creating a new travel distance and bring more new people in, and it vitalizes the local community and bring their happiness again. So instead of just bringing people for historical monuments or things like that, instead say about 20,000 years ago, initially people migrated to these islands from Indonesia. So looking back such history in a long perspective, we have to think again and then pass it on properly how our history and culture evolved. I think that's much more valuable. So our festival are not focusing on any of those typical tourism attractions. Instead, it's more directly connected to the land and deep dive what that land has seen. So I think the art is actually creating a very important base for that activity. So we have worked very hard, and luckily it is actually bringing us the fruits in Japan. Our activity is expanding, and we have built such a community house where Asian community people can come and stay. Based on the community culture and living to be connected with the world. This is has been our concept from the beginning. For example, Setouchi Triennale, there are many supporters visiting us from around the world. Such diversity from each countries and regions. And also artists are not really bringing their message, which are like a majority voice of society. They are actually representing the voices of every single person's diversity. That respect to individuality is what artist has been expressing. In our difficult society and generation, the artist has been working in such concept, not only creating art piece, but the process itself to involve the community people and supporters are considered equally important. And through such activities, we are hoping that will bring more hope in the world. So that's how we have been working on. So I have just summarized in these diagrams what our concepts are like. So agriculture and primary industry are very important piece in such an activities. And all these Triennale and art festival, there are 5 of them. For example, some of them are run by music artists. Under current COVID-19 threat, many of them have been postponed. But finally, the Northern Alps Triennale or Okunoto Triennale are now released to be open from November. Echigo Tsumari is postponed until next year, but we have already started many activities. Boso Satoyama, which is rather close to Tokyo, this festival, we have some Australian artists, which is, and this festival also looks quite promising to resume. What you're looking at is Northern Alps, already started. This is Okunoto, and this has also started. So various places, it's becoming active again. So the global artists, we call it the Asia Forum. Altogether, 100 people have sent to us texts. And a day after tomorrow, we have a live event. The minority people's opinion and those forgotten in the past, I think that is the artist's work. And throughout those activities by artists, it is important to engage as many diversities and people. 36 countries and more than 100 people will attend in that event. It will be in late afternoon. We don't have much time difference, so I hope many of you can join us then. I will wrap up now. From 2000, the beginning of Echigo Tsumari Triennale, the Australian people and Australian artists felt a deep sympathy and helped us. I sincerely would like to thank you for your support since then. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fram Kitagawa. That was a wonderful presentation, and I do very much hope that audiences today and AsiaLink Arts will share as well the details of your event this Sunday for the Asia Forum. Fram, you might, in a moment, once people can take note, remove the share screen. Thank you. We have a couple of very good questions for you, Fram. Alison has written a question. She says, a major issue in Japanese cultural programming has been censorship. For example, the Aichi Biennale, I think, was referring to 2019. Japanese regional art projects seem to be actively programming inclusive works in regards to nature, community connection, and nostalgia. How do you think the rural and urban divide impacts these programming nuances? And might we see changes against censorship post-COVID-19? I'll just let the audience know we have a small delay for translation. I'm not sure if we...
Alison Carol さん、どうもありがとうございます。
Thank you very much, Alison.
私たちは、第一の原始は最初から人間は自然に内包されていると。自然のいろいろな営みに合わせながら生きていかなきゃいけないというのを20年前から思って、このコンセプトはいまだにずっと変わっていません。
We had an initial concept, which is we are part of nature, and even urban, I know it has been extremely too much developed. So even the slow pace, we have to really go back to nature and refine ourselves. And even COVID, I take it as the revenge from the nature. Therefore, village and farming land and how to feel close with nature. All those activities in the past in such local area, we should refer it and learn from that. And urban life is very difficult to feel nature. Even the big cities like Tokyo, even we can feel drastic change in environment in the near future. So how do we actually connect with nature? is a huge issue with us. So we consider that is one of our biggest issue. In urban life, I understand people are trying whatever they are trying to do, but I can't see the quick fix. I think unless we review and restart fundamentally to change the urban life and structure, it would be a difficult issue.
Thank you, Fram. And just so audiences are aware, we are now not having simultaneous translation, so you will hear a delay with the interpretation.
Okay. All right.
One more question before we finish up. This one is from artist Neilton Clark, who is very familiar
質問なんですけど、
with the Echigo, Sumari, and Setouchi festivals, and the work that Fram Kitagawa has done also on Tachikawa. And he has participated in Art Front Gallery's exhibitions. He says that Japan's regional areas have the advantage from an arts perspective of having many abandoned houses that we saw in the presentation and much depopulation, making for receptiveness for arts activities, which Fram has shown us today. In regional New South Wales, there is an increase in population. Actually, there's a very transient population. There is an increase and a lack of arts venues. He wonders how we might be able to address these types of issues and if Fram could share perspectives that might be useful in the Australian context.
サウスウェールズです。
僕はニューサウスウェールズは伺ったことは何度かありますが、全く分かっていません。だからちょっと、お答えにくい。ただ、
I've been to New South Wales many times, but I actually don't know much well. However, what I can say is even the regional location in Japan for the art festival, their population is now increasing. What we think is more important is to promote our former life of agriculture connection. And currently, they could have some other main job, but also they can also conduct agriculture along the way.
昔の人はこの辺で、山の途中あたりで生活してたんですね。だから古い時代の動き方に戻ってきてみんな、自分でセルフビルドをやって、ささやかな農業をやりながら仕事をしている。この流れが確実に増えてきてますね。で、田舎
What I've been seeing nowadays is we have a flatland which is more towards the large-scale company conducting agriculture, where if you go to a mountainside, smaller personal individual level of the agriculture activity is seen. So in a way, we are going back to the original way of the agriculture making in a smaller scale. It's seen. So more people are willing to come and move to countryside because of the corona pandemic.
そこまで受け入れてくるようなところまで耕されているかどうかが大きな鍵だな。
which we are now seeing another aspect of the problem because more people are moving into the countryside and the regional people may not be ready to accept that many people. We've seen the similar changes in Japan as the population increase in the regional area. So we would like to make a changes how we can accommodate those people who wish to move into countryside and promote such activity. Unfortunately, we haven't got to the stage that we could successfully implement. And this also relates to not only the people level, but the governmental level as well to solve the problem.
Thank you very much for sharing those insights. I think what is very powerful about what you have shared with us today, Fran, is that despite the many differences in our regional areas between Australia and Japan, there are similarities and there are rapid changes taking place, which we can learn from each other, I think, as well. We do have another question, but we have run out of time today. So we will maybe share that with you later and we can include in our report for Ashley to address her question. I would like to thank you very deeply from AsiaLink Arts for our long and fruitful relationship. And I hope today that audiences around Australia, and in particular in New South Wales, in Kandos, where our friends are running their virtual festival today and tomorrow, and have had to postpone their physical festival due to COVID-19 impacts until May next year. Let's hope we can welcome some Japanese friends and visitors to that festival next year. And in the meantime, I would like to also recommend our audiences today join the Asia Forum for Setouchi this Sunday and support the activities of Artfront and Fram Kitagawa. On behalf of AsiaLink and Cementa Festival, thank you very much for joining us today and for sharing your very, very important insights.
こちらもありがとうございました。よろしく。
ありがとう。
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
So
Okay. Are we live, Jala?
Yes, we're about to go live in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome, everybody, to this session. We will have full simultaneous audio translation in Japanese and English. Please select the interpretation function on the bottom right-hand side of your screen and choose the language you would like to listen to. For our bilingual friends, you can just select off. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Pippa Dixon and I'm the Director of Agelink Arts at the University of Melbourne. This session today will be recorded and shared later on YouTube and web platforms. We welcome questions to be added to the chat at any time, which will be addressed at the end of the session at approximately 1:50 p.m. Please then join Cementa's live stream for the rest of today and tomorrow via their website and Facebook page, and the links will be in the chat. Thank you to Alex Wisser, the Visionary Artistic Director at Cementa, and his team for presenting this special online event today and tomorrow, the Spirit of 21, and for inviting Agelink Arts to join. Thank you to everyone who has just joined us for the keynote presentation by Fram Kitagawa. And for those who are joining us on this webinar, please do tune in to the Spirit of 21 live stream today and tomorrow via Cementa's website and Facebook pages. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which Agelink is located at the University of Melbourne, the Wurundjeri and Woiwurrung and Boonwurrung peoples of the Kulin Nation in Naarm. I recognise their continuing connection to land, water and community. I pay respects to elders past, present and emerging, and to all First Nations people on whose land we work across Australia and the Asia Pacific. We are now continuing on from the keynote discussion by Fram Kitagawa with a panel discussion titled From the Ground Up, Community Catalysts. We've joined forces with Cementa in Candos, New South Wales, to explore the potential of art to impact the future of regional communities. Taking Cementa's experience as an arts festival in the post-industrial town of Candos as context, the two programs today review the history of Japan's pioneering, locally situated and internationally focused arts festivals and platforms, and we explore the impacts and changes that have resulted from them. Presenting best practice examples from Japan, where art, culture and reinvigorated industry development programs in regional locations have transformed communities over 2 decades. Today we welcome Teiko Hinama, Norikazu Sato and Andrew Burns. Together we will discuss community-led activation and the role of culture in regional regeneration, with a view to sparking broader conversation around how these strategies might be employed here in Australia. This program is presented under Agelink Arts' new strategic initiative, Regional, which looks at the ways in which regional communities in Australia and the Indo-Pacific are integrating art for community and economic development purposes. Our aim is to expose different approaches and learnings, shepherd connections, and create a network of long-lasting cultural bridges between regional Australian arts communities and the Indo-Pacific, ensuring equal opportunity for participation for all Australians with our broader region. It is my absolute pleasure today to welcome our speakers. I'm going to introduce each of them and then invite them to give a short presentation of their work, and they will share some images as well. We are having a small technical issue with Nori Sato. We hope he'll be able to join us soon, and we'll keep you up to date. Firstly, it's my pleasure to introduce Teiko Hinama, who I first met in Japan in 2019. Teiko is the program director of the Ritsutenkata Artist in Residence program. She is a professor of art, produce and museum studies at the Yoshiba University of Art and Design and a board member of the Artist in Resident Network, AIR Network Japan. Previously, she worked for gallery management planning companies and arts magazines as an editor. In 1999, she was involved in the foundation of Aomori Contemporary Arts Centre, and until 2011, she served as a curator there, planning many exhibitions, projects and residencies. She has also served as the program director for the civilian arts support group Artisan Aomori, a project director at the Saitama Triennial in 2016, and art director of the UBE Tokiwa Museum. Welcome, Teiko. Thank you so much for generously joining us. I'll invite you to unmute yourself and to present your work.
はい、皆さん、こんにちは。今日はこのような機会をいただき、本当にありがとうございます。はい、それではまず最初に私が取り組んで
Hi everyone, thank you for giving me an opportunity. So I just would like to quickly share a program that I am involved currently.
はい、画面共有をしております。私はですね、今ご紹介いただきました。
As people introduced me, I am actually a director of Artist in Residence in Rikuzen Takata since 2013. This place, Rikuzen Takata, is located in north part of Japan, facing Pacific Ocean, and in a very beautiful coastline. Unfortunately, we were heavily affected in that disaster in 2011, particularly because of the tsunami created by that great earthquake. The large area of this township were heavily affected. Before and after photo is what you're looking at. The right-hand side, there is a big river called Kesen River. Because of this river flooded, it actually inundated most of the township. In such location, I wondered, what can we do and get involved via art? Rikuzen Takata is the place where the most severe damage has occurred in that incident in Japan. We lost more than 1,800 people, and we had 23,000 people, but currently it's been reduced heavily. So people are still deserting this area. In such location, we brought the idea artists in residence. So each year we have invited domestically and internationally 3 artists individually, and they stayed in such a location and connecting to the local people. Even though the township disappeared and they lost the culture, but picking up, reminding pieces, the memory and scattered pieces, they have been collecting it to create their art, to pass on their memory. So in the middle is a dialogue and communication. While they are staying, all those records that they have collected, and then using it for their creation, and also bringing the idea for local people so that they can live on in such a local location. So this is what we are aiming to trigger. Like you see, they own expression, but also as an artist, but also through the engagement of the local people. That kind of engagement is also important. And also the folk art that has been carried on in this particular area should be learned by artists themselves to become one of them, to actually utilize it in their art expression. In later, the another panelist, Norikazu Sato, he also joined this Kessen Art Life potluck sharing of Sanrika Art Festival in between 2018 to 19. So we two both were involved here. So those artists in residence display, for example, the top photos are not only by such artists, but local residents who are amateur artists who always lived and enjoyed art. So we have also exhibited such amateur artists, local amateur artist pieces. And also, they actually brought their local produce, such as flower they have grown, and also seafood they have caught. And then they had such a pop-up stores, or whatever they are good at, such as drawing people's face. And just be together on that day and enjoying their presence each other. And in the main, our main focus was this 10-meter sculpture of the Japanese salaryman. So this is the photo we have taken back then. So those are artists and local people just sitting together in this photo. It is really giving me fond memory. So not only such period that artists are staying in residency, but also we are doing many different activities online. For example, the International Art Festival held in Yokohama, we have actually generated the combination of contemporary art and dance. And also, we have actually exhibited archive pieces along with the collaboration of the government. Also in Thailand, we have exhibited this kind of pieces in Thailand Museum as well as via museum. And with the Philippines with artists, the first time they held in Manila Biennale. So the artists from Rikuzen Takada, and also the concept called Displaced. This was the Manila initiatives, not only young artists, but also university students are provided such an opportunity to participate. Last year also, during the COVID-19, we have actually held online remote residence. How can we call it residency if it's online? But we still did it, and it was quite successful. And we are currently running this as well. BF Labo is collaborating with us. Last 2.5 months, we have been communicating between the Japanese university students, local artists, as well as Manila artists and students. We are trying to come up with some mappings of each regions. So this is what I have been working on. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Teiko. That was a very illuminating presentation, and congratulations on all of your amazing work. I'm delighted to see that Nori has joined us today, and I think he's there, but we're going to give him a moment to settle in and welcome Andrew Burns, who I will introduce now. Andrew Burns graduated from the University of Sydney in 2004. Since establishment in 2008, his practice has undertaken residential, cultural, community, and public projects. The practice's approach seeks to combine social engagement with design excellence and is characterised by precise geometry and material exploration. I hope you can all see me right now as I introduce Andrew, or Andrew and I. In 2011, the practice received first prize in the Australia House Design Competition for the Echigo Sumari Art Triennial in Japan, selected by Tadao Ando from an international field of 154 entries. And in 2012, the practice was awarded first prize in an invited competition to transform a forgotten pocket of Gibbon Street rent into London's newest park. He has received a great many accolades, and in 2013, Andrew was a finalist for the Australian Pavilion at the Venice Biennale and has received Royal Australian Institute of Architect National Emerging Architecture Prize. There are more accolades to his career, but without further ado, I would like to introduce Andrew to present his work. Welcome, Andrew.
Thanks, Pippa. It's great to be participating in this conversation today. I'll just bring up my screen. So I have a few images from some of our projects, really as reference points that might be useful in today's discussion. I can already see a theme of rising to challenges. I think there's a sort of a determination already house at Echigo Sumari in 2013. This project was a great joy for my practice and very significant in our early stages. I worked with Japanese architects Suhei Imamura and Sotaro Yamamoto to realize the project. And I think Fram Kitagawa is somewhere in this photograph. It's a very simple building with a veranda fronting onto a forecourt. I can hear the insects buzzing in the late warm summer heat. From the frontage, it presents very confidently anchored, reinterpreting both the Australian veranda and the Japanese engawa. The dark timber exterior gives way to a honey-coloured timber interior. Since I was working on the project remotely, I made a very simple rule that everything externally would be stained black and everything inside would be natural timber. From the other end of the building, it's a dramatically rising form. I was interested in the idea of creating a simple structure that held multiple appearances and qualities within. Apparently simple, but actually complex. During the design process, we engaged with the local community to refine the design. I met with the community in the Urata Village Hall, and I was informed I should tilt the roof towards the road so that in winter it would shed snow to the public road where the snow workers would clear it away. I don't know if anyone was in Echigo Sumari and saw the Snow Workers Ballet by the American artists Mel Latham and Ukalis, but it was such a fantastic work, and I think for me a high point of what contemporary and community engaged art can be. Australia House opened many opportunities for my practice, such as the Crescent House Pavilion for Sherman Contemporary Art Foundation. Jean Sherman, a great patron and driving force in arts in Australia. Jean had invited me to engage a general audience with architectural thought. And I felt that to do this, I would create a pavilion that was about one of the most fundamental gestures of architecture, to frame an outlook. The pavilion was based on a simple idea to frame the landscape of the rose apple hedge, to use the device of framing to imbue the finite landscape with a sense of vastness. So since the hedge slides beyond the opening, there's almost a sense of it capturing the entire field of view. So you lose reference points and it gains a different sense of scale. We've moved to undertaking larger scale projects, including a rural campus for Cranbrook School in the Walgan Valley on the way to Candos. This is a rendering, an arc of buildings held by the escarpment. We've completed the first few buildings. The students have a task of operating the fires to generate hot water. They have to work for their comfort and that of their friends. I'm interested in creating settings that enable, in this case, to build character. We called it Rituals of Stewardship. A table for the full cohort of students was also constructed. It stretches along an arc and down the hill. The principal, Nick Sampson, had suggested that he wanted to create a place where it wasn't a cafeteria experience of dining. It was a place where, to use his phrase, food was served on the table and breaking bread was sacramental. So I created this outdoor table, and we built an enormous pizza oven at the end of it. And I thought that the idea for a 15-year-old boy being out under the stars with 100 of their mates having pizzas from the pizza oven was the teenage version of breaking bread being sacramental. We've completed a series of lodges in remote Tasmania. The building's helicoptered into the site. Long openings connect the visitor to the surrounding landscape, not unlike the framing in the Crescent House project. And lastly, among other things, we've started to transfer our thinking from natural settings into urban settings. This project, a group of apartments, recalls the large masonry warehouses and sawtooth roofs of the industrial context in inner Sydney. We've worked with artist Jamie North, fantastic Sydney-based artist, to begin to erode the structures and introduce planting. Landscape enters the core of the building, creating moments of retreat within. I think trying to bring these natural values into our urban projects, a sense of retreat. Thank you, and I hope these are useful context in the discussion.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Such beautiful, enigmatic projects and such deep experience in the Japan context, relevant to today's conversation. It is now my pleasure to introduce Norikazu Sato. Norikazu is the Executive Director of NPO Japan Contemporary Dance Network. Nori joined Buto Company Bayakosha in 1980 as both a dancer and as a company manager until it was dissolved in 1994. He studied arts management at the Dance Theatre Workshop in New York in 1996. He then founded a not-for-profit organization, the Japan Contemporary Dance Network, in Kyoto in 2001. JCDN, is otherwise known, organizes Odori ni Kuze. My Japanese pronunciation is terrible, excuse me, Nori. We are going to go dancing, it translates to, which is a national tour project affiliated with performance venues all over Japan from the year 2000, including an international tour to Asia. Nori promotes community dance activities from 2008 and organizes many different exchange programs around the world, including with Finland, Korea, the United States, Australia, Hong Kong, and other places as well. JCDN organises the Sanriku International Arts Festival, which is how I first came to know of Nori's work, held in disaster area in Tohoku from 2014. Now the JCDN organises and starts new dance projects in Japan and overseas, including exchange programs with other organisations. They have received the Japan Foundation's Prize for Global Citizenship, congratulations, in 2006, and the Kyoto City Arts Promotion Prize in 2015. I welcome Nori to today's session and welcome him to present his work. Thank you, Nori.
NPO 法人ジャパンコンテンポラリーダンスネットワークの佐藤と言います。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Norikazu Sato from Japan Contemporary Dance Network. Today, you have already heard Ms. Hinuma in Sanriku area. Since 2014, we have actually held the festival called Sanriku Art Festival, together with Ms. Hinuma. This Sanriku area, which was most damaged due to the nuclear accident, they were very familiar with the flourishing folk arts. In every single regional locations, they had their unique art that has been passed on over many generations. I actually visited first time after the Great Earth accident, and I was completely taken away to be awakened by the beauty of such folk art. From the children until the elderly, they were coming together to perform art. That just amazed me to find such beautiful art. And that's why I was very keen to introduce this kind of art from this region. Just recently, on the 12th of September, the group from Indonesia and Cambodia, as well as the local art group of Sanriku, altogether 5 groups come to one event online and created one show and performance. We obviously wanted everyone to come to Japan and come on the same stage face to face. Unfortunately, that was not possible due to COVID-19. So we had to actually do this online. In order to get all the groups together, we had to find common factor. And we realized most of the art group utilize some way, one way or another, bamboo, and particularly bamboo flute. So that actually gave us an idea that we can connect each art groups of each regions via bamboo flute. So since 2015, this initiative has been realized. So I would like to show the video. Just give me a sec.
これで共有されてますでしょうか。少しだけ、数分だけちょっと見ていただきたいと思います。
We can see it very clearly, Nori, but we can't hear it at the moment.
本当に。ちょっと待ってくださいね。音声を出すには。
Just give me a sec, I'll try.
I can share it. Would you like to play the entire video or just from 1 minute and 18 seconds?
はい。あ、はい。あ、すいません。そしたら、お願いします。ごめんなさい。
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Can you please take care of it? And yeah, I will leave it to you. If you can repeat showing it.
はい、お願いします。少し音を小さくしていただいて、少しだけ説明をさせていただきます。
If I could start explaining while you're watching video, perhaps, yeah, thank you very much. If you could reduce the, oh, thank you very much.
まあ今ちょっと数分見ていただいたものは全体で1時間の
What you have seen a few minutes actually went on over an hour altogether. It is actually available online. So if you're interested at later stage, please access and have a look at the whole piece. 2014, 2015, we have started communicating and exchanging the idea between ourselves and other regions in Asia, and introduced ourselves with what sort of forecasts we have. I mean, Asia, including Australia. Through that activities, the Japanese art folk letting sit against all other regions' forecast. It really, I saw the similarity there. I think it comes out from the same root. For example, the Tramai, which is the tiger dance in Thailand. And Indonesia has Baron dance. Hong Kong has the dragon dance. So maybe through tiger or lion. But those animals, I think if you put them together on one stage, it looks like the relative families are sitting and dancing together. So even though we speak different language in different country, but art world, perhaps we are connected universally, globally. That's how I felt. So I wanted, if possible, to create a new art for Asia. So this is the activity we have started 3 years ago. Most common piece, which I found was bamboo flute. So that is what we have used for the previous event. So thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Nori, for sharing these really incredible and transformational arts projects. I would like to start now with a conversation between all panelists, and we might all be visible, if possible, to audiences on the screen together. I would like to ask Teiko the first question. Teiko, you have witnessed, I think, enormous change on the Sanriku coast of Japan through your artist in residence program. Can you tell us what first drew you, what first attracted you to the region for your programs? And if you can, what are the most pressing issues or concerns right now?
Due to
that disastrous accident, right after that, there were many volunteer activities took places in a local area. At that period, I wanted to do something as a person who is involved in art. And I've been thinking about for a few years, what can I do? And then from those artists who I had a connection with, from overseas artists, international artists, they really raised their voice and said, I would like to return our appreciation to Japan. And I actually accepted that their passion and empathy, and also the local residents felt very sad and lonely. They felt being left out and they are forgotten. And I wanted to seek something that I can actually create a bridge over between those two parties. And even though many culture were visible culture were lost during this disaster, but there are invisible pieces, intangible pieces that maybe those artists can investigate and find out. That's why I came up with this idea of artist in residence, so that the artists can get involved locally and have a connection with local people. So I have done this activity already 7 years ago. And through these activities, we have already seen improvement in revitalization of the township. Having said that, I think it is not as self-driven of the local people, it's more given. So I think that is the next phase that we should aim for, to encourage them to come up with their own idea and drive the activities.
Thank you, Teiko. In our previous conversation with Fram Kitagawa this morning, he said that due to some of these regional arts programs, there is a repopulation of some of the regional areas. Are you noting any population migration back to the Sanriku coast since the disaster?
三陸に関しては、やはり減少
In Sanriku area, it is still declining. I think people are leaving to larger cities in other prefectures, which was already this, the phenomenon before the disaster back in 2011. And after the accident, I think we still have some issues to come up any idea how to bring people back to our area.
Thank you, Teiko. And just so audience is aware, due to the translation in the conversation, there will be some delays. Thanks for your patience and understanding. Andrew, you described to us with Australia House and the project that, it was a very, very small budget, but it's had very big impact on the town. And there was some things I think that led to that community engagement. Can you explain the design and the building process and how you welcomed community engagement into that process?
Thanks, Pippa. It was a small budget, about 450,000 Australian dollars. And I don't quite know how it happened for that budget, but I think there's a lot of, I'm interested to talk to, in the conversation, to understand what is the role of a built sort of asset to a community arts festival. Is it necessary? Are buildings necessary? Are they? I'm just thinking, listening to Nori, the idea of dance traditions. Maybe they have more permanence than, say, a building, ultimately. But nonetheless, since there's always a sort of a finite budget, and at Australia House, the FRAM and the Australian Embassy had quite intelligently thought that they'd extract maximum use from this building. So it could be, it serves as both a gallery exhibition space during Ichigo Sumari. It serves as an artist in residence workshop, art making space at other periods. And it also serves as a community meeting space for the Urata village. And lastly, as an emergency shelter, so that in future earthquakes, one of the design criteria was that it could withstand an 8.5 magnitude earthquake with 3.5 tons of snow per square meter on the roof. So these layers of value to justify something, and I think always needing to be strategic in arts projects to extract other layers of value. Almost, I guess, to sort of underwrite the feasibility of a festival. So it was a very engaged process with the community. There was one element where the neighbour actually built the project. He was a contractor, and there was a key element in the project was the Daikoku Bashira, the king post, which is a traditional element in a Japanese minka. It's a non-essential structural column, but symbolic. It has a symbolic role of supporting the house. It was in the concept, but it was pulled out because of cost. We call it value engineering, and but the neighbour Inajima-san had offered a tree from his land to become the Daikoku Bashira. So it meant that the concept was completed through generosity, which is a beautiful, fortuitous thing in a community project.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I think there's some form of generosity and reciprocity in all of the projects and ideas and concepts that you are sharing today. Nori-san, I would like to ask you, in Australia, in comparison to Japan, I feel that we're not as distinct culturally throughout our regions. I think if we look at our First Nations, our Indigenous communities, there are many different types of distinctions. But in Japan, is it correct to say that there are different cultural art forms place to place?
そうですね。本当にちょっとびっくりするほどあると思いま
Yes,
す。
you are very right. I think you would be amazed. Even I am amazed these days how much difference. Even say this area of northeast Japan is around 300 kilometer coastline. I can count about 400 art groups and art festival. Even in northeast regions, altogether say 3,000 art groups. Even today, these local people living in the regions, when they go and pray God for their happiness, and so they actually dance such folk dance to pray God. So this actually is across Japan. However, due to the rapid urbanization, there are many places who lost such tradition and culture. However, I think Japan itself was very, very rich art country back then.
Thank you. I would like to pick up on Andrew's comments.
ありがとうございます。先ほどのアンドリューのコメントに戻りたいんですが、
Andrew's comments about permanence and impermanence.
実際に住んでいるもの、あるもの、そしてなくなってしまうもの、永久的なものと、
Do you see, and I think this is a question for you, Nori-san and Teiko-san, do you see new art forms emerging in Japan in a cultural context in communities? Teiko, yeah.
はい、そうですね。様式的なものよりは、やはりそのソーシャルエンゲージドのような、やっぱりコミュニティ。
It's not maybe so much about the type of art, but it's more socially engaged and then more linked to the ordinary daily living and reviewing such daily norm living. And through that review, there is sort of they are trying to overcome that border between the artist and local people in order to do their creation. I think I see such tendency.
Thank you so much. Nori, any views?
佐藤さん。
少しやっぱり芸術のあり方自体が変わってきてるかなという気が。
I can observe that how the art should be has been changing. It used to be like certain people are people who dance. These are people who dance. These people who are viewing. So there were a distinct border. But these days, I think, like Ms. Hinuma said, in a various way, people are very keen to get involved in art, dance, and even including the disabled people are keen to be involved. Having said that, while during the discussion with those folk art group people in Sanriku, some of the folk art has been in that area, and it's been there for ages, like more than 1,000 years. So I think it initiated very locally to express what was necessary. So it didn't belong to the artists. I think it was purely for people's art. So I think that's being carried on over generations. I totally agree with Sato-san. Particularly such folk arts in Tohoku area, northeast area of Japan. It's nothing to do with professional artists. It's more to do like local people. It is an art which is a part of their living daily life. And they have deeply been involved in art creation in their ordinary living. And that level of the art is almost same as professional, or probably same. They have such a high skill and technique. And because of that accumulation of knowledge and skill, you can expect some sort of very amateur type of performance. That's not what you would see here. It's more off-border while they have their own occupation. Yet, they have carried over this tradition of masterpiece and the skill of it from generations to generation. And mastering such high skill by such folk music and performance and dance is quite amazing. And they don't think they are doing anything special. So that is something that is wonderful.
It certainly is very wonderful, the description of this community process and engagement. And I think is possibly different to what happens in Australia's regions, possibly. I would like to ask, we have a question too from Zara Stanhope, which is lovely to hear from Zara. But firstly, I wanted to ask, and we started a little bit late, so we might finish just a fraction later. What has been transferable in your experiences? Starting with you, Andrew, your experience in Japan, what did you learn and what did you bring back? Did your practice change in any way in Australia as a result of those experiences?
It certainly did, Pippa. And I guess I was pretty early into practice at that point. But I think the big lesson for me is probably two things. I learned that very precise architectural forms and responses somehow have a way of creating precision or intensity in the relationships that they hold within them. And secondly, the architecture is one thing, but the sort of infrastructure and the cultural infrastructure around the project is absolutely essential. And so sort of understanding, probably becoming more and more interested in collaboration and understanding our role within a larger team. If I think about Australia House, our role was very simple. I drew a little triangular building and worked with local architects to help deliver it. But the experience was absolutely magical. And if I reflect on that, it must be compared to all my other project experiences, that cultural infrastructure behind the scenes, the embassy, Framsan, etc., organizing this great spirited festival. So the kind of tangibility or the essential role of the cultural infrastructure, the things around a project.
Which is so human, right?
Yeah, it's the whole thing. It's the whole thing.
It's why we're doing this. The people connections, the relationships is so crucial. And I wonder, Nori-san and Teiko, this is a much more difficult question for you. Is your work practice, your residency programs, your connection with community arts, do you think it could be transferable cross-culturally to other environments? Or are you needing to adapt when you're working cross-culturally in wherever it might be, the Philippines or in Australia? Nori-san.
多分音楽とか踊り
Perhaps music or dance, I think it was born before we had a language. This is a well-known fact. From that perspective, before there was a country, I think that was the media to communicate for people. So folk art, such as dance and music, I think through that catalyst, people are connected and are going to be connected. I think that's the key. Not just doing dance or playing music. It's more about that is the catalyst to connect people, meet each other. I think that's the sort of position of art. So, for example, whatever is born in Japan, for example, the Australian people come to Sanriku and learn such folk art and then go back to Australia and create something new that is suitable in Australia. So currently, many art such as dance, I think it is more becoming incorporated in daily living. So expressing something, but also creating new something. Regardless of what you do, what work you do, and regardless who you are, I think it is very fundamental activity for human. So I think to stimulate that, from that stimulation, it can trigger a new value that didn't exist before. That's my observation.
Thank you, Nori. Just want to update audiences. We are going to finish the live stream with Cementa just in a couple of minutes. But Teiko, please, we look forward to your reply.
はい、そうですね。アーティスト・イン・レジデンスという、やはり、
The activities of artists in residence has been available around the world for many years. And I think that kind of a method is quite available and applicable in any region and country. I think that curiosity of the artists are supporting our activities, and as long as that curiosity is live for the artists to go somewhere new and find something new. And then the issue is what platform we can make it available and what program we can provide for such artists in what area. So as long as we have a clear objective of such aspect, I think the artists can utilize it very well.
Thank you very much. I think both of those responses are in some way quite profound in our ability to communicate and connect cross-culturally through the arts and to be artist-led as well as community-led in our engagements. I think I can ask this one question from Zara and then we're going to wrap up. It's a question for Teiko and Nori. What will it require to sustain your projects into the future? And she means, what will it require from the local government or community organisations other than just financial support?
Hi. そうですね。やはり私にとっては、人的なサポ
For
ー
me,
ト。
I think the human resource from local community and the key person within that community who can connect local people or to have a specific commitment and purposes to revive that area. So that key man is important. So including myself, we come from other areas. So it is important to have a partnership with such key person of local community. That is probably more so than financial support.
Thank you.
はい。僕もひねまさんと同じように、
I agree with Ms. Hinuma. I think people is a key for the operating and directing this type of project, we have to have a sound a sound structure of organization, but also we have to have key people who support us constantly. So obviously that a different level of people involving artists and art organization, but also somebody has to connect those people and promote globally as well as nationally. So to establish such structure and secure such resource is very important.
Thank you, Nori. I think this idea of patronage is very important. And Andrew, you talked about the important role that Jean Sherman has played and others in your practice. Can you talk a little bit about that role? And, you know, I guess drawing down on Zara's question, it's not always about money, right?
I think, yeah, absolutely, Pippa. There's an element of belief in the capacity, and I guess regarding, from an architectural perspective, regarding architecture for its own sake, like that, there are people who you do come across in practice every now and then where the project is about where the project is about architecture. And I mean, that's a fairly inward kind of view, but you do have, I have been fortunate to have some clients who I would call patrons, and that's I guess a great thrill on the way to trying to learn your trade and step towards trying to make a contribution. So yeah, it's more than the financial side. I mean, buildings are expensive and it takes resources to deliver them, but not everyone has that belief in the inherent value of something, or will push you harder than you'll push yourself. Don't know if that's a very complete answer.
Thank you. I think it's a great way to finish this conversation, that all of us have a role to play in arts-led and community-led projects in any place in urban centres, but very much so in regional communities where personal connections are so important. Please join me in thanking Cementa for hosting with us this event today. And please let's wish them all the best for their online festival and their physical festival, which has been postponed to next May in Kandos. And we hope we can all come together then. Teiko Hinuma, thank you so much for kindly and generously sharing your insights with us today. Norikazu Sato, you are a national treasure, I think, in the work that you are doing in Japan and all around the world. And we have so much to learn from you. Thank you. And Andrew Burns, you are an architectural luminary in Australia, and your experiences in Japan and what you've brought back to Australia from that is critical for understanding how we can develop beautiful places, spaces that are functional for community in Australia. Thank you very much on behalf of Agelink Arts at the University of Melbourne and Cementa. We wish you a very, very lovely weekend. Thank you, everybody.
And thank you to Fran Kitagawa, Teiko Hinuma, Norikazu Sato, and Andrew Burns for that fascinating conversation. And thank you to Pippa Dixon and her team at Agelink. Really awesome presentation. I'm so grateful you brought that to us. I've been waiting for that conversation for a number of years now, so I'm very happy that you were able to put it on with us. And so I'm hoping that conversation will continue. We're in talks with Agelink to have a second iteration of this conversation at Cementa Festival in May of 2022, next year. Before we go on to get back to the spirit, we've got a little bit of an announcement to make. Cementa has an opportunity to buy this building. This is Way Out. It's the original social hall of Candos. It has over 100 years of the social life and character that is Candos. It also makes a unique art space that combines our ability to make contemporary art and engage our community at the same time. We are basically appealing to our community to help us out with this. We have a number of different sources of income, but the public fundraiser is one of them, and we're launching that right now. The link is on our website, cementa.com.au, and we'll be putting it into the comments and on the social media throughout the Spirit of 21. And now we get back to the Spirit of 21, and sorry, I've just lost myself here. And the next cab off the rank is Wendy Murray. Wendy, also known as Minigraph, has for the last decade been making and pasting political posters, stickers, and stencils in Australia and the US. Last weekend, Wendy conducted a workshop called A Little Action Can Cause a Big Change, teaching some of the folk techniques for how you might agitate for change using her poster making methodologies. I've seen it and it's very fascinating. We've got a highlights for you, and that's going to be coming up next.
So, Cementa's Spirit of 21 are really, really pleased to be able to welcome Wendy Murray and Wendy's poster workshop, and to have you here today. It's a celebration of the politics and poetics of analog lo-fi making, and also the craft skills of that, but delivered in a digital domain. So, without any more ado, let's pass you over to Wendy.
Awesome. Thanks, David. Thanks. Welcome, everyone. And so good to see you on a Saturday morning. I'd say now, if you want to make your cup of tea, grab that. We're going to look at some posters first. So this is a beautiful logotype, Spirit of 21. That's us. Hey, look, I'm coming to you zooming in from Gadigal land here in Erskineville in Sydney. If you could put in the chat, type in the chat what land you're on or country you're on out there, if you know. That would be fantastic. So we get a good sense of where everyone's at. My name is Wendy Murray. I'm a poster maker. I'm often busy making posters. I love making posters. Here are two of my posters. These were devised and created in the same way that we're going to do today, and then silk screen printed, which is this fantastic process. And I'll show you a few photos of some silk screen. Here we go. Here I am. Silk screen printing at Sydney College of the Arts. So pushing ink through a screen and making an edition of 100 posters there. I was thinking about poster history, and with the type of posters we're going to make today, I've been really honing in on this era around 68 and 1971. And there was just around the world, globally, there's this real energy, political energy, social unrest, Vietnam War, and a whole lot of stuff going on around the world. And I found 3 poster workshops that I thought we could draw posters from for inspiration. And one of them was the poster workshop in Camden from 68 to 71. And these just really fantastic posters, just simple typographic, lo-fi silk screen printed posters that really convey their message with a punch, just single color. We could probably do this right now. This will be great in Sydney, for those of you who are in Sydney. And then in Paris in 68, the posters of the popular workshop students occupied the university and created posters, printed them at night, put them on the street at night, all silkscreen printed posters made by the students there in Paris in '68. So super lo-fi. And it's often, I've found some examples here that show the imperfections of the posters, you know. Often when we look at posters in books, they're so perfect and we think, how can they make them so well? And actually, they're not actually made that well. You know, you see posters at protests, it's about quick communication and dissemination of the information, and often at a distance. So they don't need to be perfect. So here is the setup of the screen and the printers there in Paris in the school basement, printing up these posters. You can see they're all on the ground. They used solvent-based inks back in the day. So these posters would dry almost immediately. So once they were pulled, you pull the ink through the screen onto the paper, you put the poster on the ground. Most of those posters on the ground would be dry already, and they can stack them up and then take them out onto the street. And another place where students took over, they took over the common room actually in Berkeley, and protesting the Vietnam War, and they had a student strike, and they printed a lot of their posters on computer paper. They went dumpster diving to find paper. And so here's a range of these posters, and you can see in this one here, they've got the little holes from like the dot matrix computer paper. So they just printed on anything they found. You can see the computer details in the background there. So really simple 2-color. This one's fantastic. Truly in that 70s San Francisco style, you know, you can hardly read it, but it feels like peace and love, you know. And you can see that there's slight imperfections in the printing, but it doesn't matter. The poster communicates anyway. And I just thought I'd show you a couple of posters from the Poster Centre out in Blacktown Art Centre. I worked with Sydney Pacifica, and this young artist, he was about 14, I think, Aidan, and he produced these 2 posters. This one, Planet Not Profit, fantastic. Oops, and See It's Rising. So his concerns were about global warming and the environment, and his island community losing their land to global warming. So we made this poster together, and this is actually massive. This is 76 centimeters by 51. We came up with the concept, and then we hand drew the poster as big as we could and silkscreen printed it out of the Blacktown Art Centre there. So that was a really great project. And now a little closer to home to me here, the Tin Sheds in Sydney, they had a sort of drop-in centre, from what I understand, where you could go in and you could work with the students there and in the space and make posters. And what I love about this one, Keep Warm This Winter, Make Trouble, is just like the humor in it. And that's one of the things I think, you know, when you make a poster, you might have an opinion. It might be, I believe in abortion. But if you just say, I believe in abortion, people may not quite tap into the idea and stop and ponder it. They'll just see it for what it is. And so there's ways that we can use language and use typography to engage people in a different way. So these 2 posters are fantastic. Writing on the Fence is better than sitting on the fence. One of my favorite posters of all time by Tony Robertson, printed from the Tin Sheds. And you could imagine you could almost do that in a really super graphic way with just typography and a little fence at the top, in the way that they did those Paris '68 posters or the Berkeley posters. And then let's have a look at self-help graphics and Colby posters in Los Angeles. I'm based between Sydney and Los Angeles. I've got a little studio there in LA. And I've worked at this incredible Chicano print studio called Self-Help Graphics in Los Angeles. Actually, that reminds me, if you're interested in any of these spaces or any of these posters I've talked about, just let me know after this workshop and I can send you the information out. And you're most welcome to, from now on, taking a photo of the screen. If there's something I show you that's really cool, just grab your phone out and take a photo. That's totally fine. So here's Dewey Tafoya, fantastic. He's a master printer at Self-Help Graphics now. And we came up with this idea. We did a workshop. We didn't know each other. We just sat down and came up with this idea to make 2 posters in the same way we'll do today. And it was about working poor. And we both felt like we're both working poor. So how can we say this and then put it up on the street quickly? So we did that in a day session at the studio, came up with the idea, set the lecture set, the typography, silk screened 2 posters. So that was my one, and this is Dewey's one, working poor, working class. And being an American, he described exactly that situation of working poor. I wasn't living in the US at this stage, but that being uninsured, like all these things that make you feel so insecure, like tax paying, underpaid, overworked, debt to slave to debt, bank owned, uninsured, unemployed, renter, etc. And then the Colby Poster Printing Company, a seminal poster shop that was open from 1948 to 2012 in Los Angeles, and they made posters for the street. So if you were having a garage sale, you could commission them to make posters. They made posters for artists. And they had silkscreen backgrounds. So there's really simple bold colored backgrounds. And then the black typography on the top, which was actually made, instead of hand drawing it like we are today, they used letterpress processes. So that's little wooden letters that they set, inked up, and printed on the coloured silkscreen backgrounds. So here are a couple of examples of those Colby posters. Really simple, bold, and the way that they use the language. So the sort of rhythm in the poster. Californians do care about healthcare. So creating a hierarchy. So the do care, the most important thing is a bold, sans serif, uppercase text. Awesome. Okay, so let's make some posters. So the first thing we're going to do, I'm here and I've got my hands over here on a different screen. So I'm going to ask David if he can pin both myself and my hands so you can see both of us. Check. Awesome. There we both are. Great. So I've got my equipment. I've got my marker, pencil, heavy marker, eraser, important business card, just in case you want to visit me in Los Angeles, and some A4 paper. So what we're going to do first is, with our A4 paper, we're going to use this as our, what shall I say? What's the word when like it's all scalable? So the beautiful thing about the A system is that we can make a tiny little poster that's A7 and then we can enlarge it to A0. So if we fold this paper and then fold it again, it's going to be a manageable size for us to make a poster, and in this time frame, and then we can make up a bigger poster later on if we want to from this little poster. So what I'd like you to do is, if you fold your A4 piece of paper, just find a flat surface in front of you, fold it perfectly, join the edges up, and then we just put a little crease in the folded over side, and then we run our fingernail down it. And what we're doing is we're breaking the fibers. And so we've got a crease down the center of our paper. What we're going to do is fold it back the other way on itself and run your fingernail down it again. And now why I'm showing you this is just in case you get caught one day and you need to go to a protest and make a poster and you don't have a steel ruler and a cutting mat and a blade and all of those things, you can just make posters wherever you are. So once you've folded it, open it up again. Now, if you're right-handed, hold your left hand down on the paper, apply as much pressure as you can, and just do a tiny tear and move your hand down the paper. If you're left-handed, you do it the other way around. You put your right hand down and just pull the paper apart, and you should get a pretty good tear there. So you've got a half-size sheet. Perfect. And then what I'd like you to do is then fold it again and do the same thing. Fold it, pinch it, run your fingernail up and down it, flip it the other way, fold it again, and then tear it. So you should have 4 sheets, perfect, 4 sheets of paper all the same size. Now, put those aside. We're ready for that. What I'd like you to do now is we're going to workshop some ideas. So grab another piece of paper out and maybe a pen or a pencil. and we're going to workshop some ideas for some posters. So this is where, like, hopefully you've already had a coffee this morning and you might have an idea about what you want to make a poster about. So maybe I am going to pick on someone. I'm going to start with Brenda. Do you have an idea about what, if you unmute yourself, do you have an idea about what kind of poster you might like to make this morning?
I had a few ideas, but I'm thinking maybe about local communities and just creating local communities.
Okay, great. So let's workshop this a little bit, you and I, in front of everyone, if you feel comfortable doing that. So local communities, great. So what is it about local communities that you like? What are you thinking?
I was just thinking about how I've been walking my dog in the neighborhood, and since COVID, I've met a lot of people that I would normally never see on our streets because they're normally really, really quiet. So, and it's been really nice to meet not necessarily next door neighbors, but people around the local area. And also even using those bookshare libraries that are around.
Yes.
Books and stuff. I love all that sort of recycling of things, and just that idea of creating some, you know, community in your area.
Community in your area. Okay, there's some good words. I'm a really terrible speller, but there are some good words there, like in your area. I like that because it's about your particular space. So you're not saying community, that kind of loaded word, community. What's community? So in your area, locals meeting, meet in your area. What other things? Bookshare, recycling, nice to meet. How do you talk to those people when you meet them? Like, we're wearing masks.
Well, normally it's around the dog a lot of the time as well.
Yeah. So pets, animals, so dog walking, meeting, dog, something about.
And it's in these small little parks as well that are normally completely, like, they're sort of these in-between lands as well. They're not like a real park, although people have then told me histories about those little areas, like they've lived in the area for 20 years and there used to be a playground here, but now it's just a derelict sort of walk-through area.
So it's about place, you're getting a better sense of place.
Yeah.
Meet, so it's about place, meet in place, meet in place. It's something about, and with your dog, meet, M-E-A-T, walking your dog, meeting people. There's something there in your area, place, meet. What's that?
I'm being stupid.
But there's something there about meeting. Does anyone else have any ideas? You're on the outside there looking in. I like, you know what's interesting? What about know your place?
Nice.
Because what that's saying, it's quite interesting because it could be positive, it could be negative. It really draws into the question of, like, where you live, what about this space? Where do I fit within this space? Maybe would something like that be?
Yeah, that sounds great, because it's interesting also just hearing people's recollections about the area and how it's changed as well. And even lately, it's this new generation of younger people coming into this area as well that's making sort of part of this change.
Okay, so your words are know your place. I think that's quite interesting because it really questions a lot of things. I think it's quite open. That's fantastic. Yep. Okay, you're good. So write those words down, know your place, and we'll come back to you when we do the next stage.
I was thinking something about sustainability, but from a local perspective.
Oh, yeah.
And so there are a lot of people, a lot of so-called influencers who talk about small moves that you can make. And then over time, I've noticed that a lot of people tend to get disheartened because policy isn't changing. So, you know, you keep doing your little bit, but you get the feeling of it's not adding up. Something about not losing that spirit, about you keep doing that while we wait for the big shift to happen.
Yes. Oh, this is so good. Okay. While we
So,
wait.
tiny steps, whether it's, reusing resources within the community, or managing your waste, or getting solar panels, just to keep going, to keep moving forward with tiny steps.
So I like that idea of tiny steps are super cute. It's nicer than small tiny steps, because you sort of imagine, when people say small steps, it's like, oh yeah, whatever. But tiny steps, you kind of imagine making these little tiny cute steps. So tiny steps is great. And while we wait for the big shift, and I really like that idea, because while we wait, it means it's going to happen. There's a positivity in that. So we just assume that it's going to happen. So, and so we don't, it's implied that we don't lose our spirit in doing that. So, okay, so let's think tiny steps while we wait for the big shift. Okay. Okay, so we could say here, you're talking about resources, and you're talking about sharing resources.
Yeah.
Reusing. I make tiny steps while we wait. I can make tiny steps while we wait for the big shift. I can make tiny steps while we wait for the big shift. What are we thinking about that? I can make tiny steps while we wait for the big shift. Let's flip it. It's like the big, just yell at me if you come up with an idea. The big shift, moving, the big shift is, how do we say, tiny steps can support the big shift, will support the big shift. What's the relationship between the big shift and us? What's that thing? Like, I sort of feel disconnected from the big shift, but you're talking about an optimism that I've probably lost recently. So tell me about that connection. Like,
I guess once there is that either policy or corporate shift, then the steps that you're taking don't become extra, they become business as usual. So it's not that you're going above and beyond what you need to do in life to be sustainable. It's just part of your business as usual. It's what everybody is doing.
Okay, hold on. Someone said something in the chat there. Board the big shift. Board the big shift. Oh yeah, that's quite nice. So board the big shift. So together we can, so it's something, okay, so board the big shift. Change. I don't really want to use the word change. I really like the tiny steps. Okay, where do we go from here? I'm going to keep tiny steps. It's about your tiny steps. Ignite. Maybe it's stepping in line, like stepping in line with the big corporations, or something about, oh, wow, we're so close. I can't quite, maybe I need another coffee. I can make these tiny steps. Optimism, shift, the change is coming. We're stepping towards it. That's what's happening. So change is coming, which is your optimism. Stepping towards it.
So a couple of other suggestions.
Yep.
Tiny steps reminds me of dancing from Georgie.
Oh, yes, dancing.
Gabrielle suggested align.
Dancing, tiny steps. We're dancing with the devil. Is there a pun that we can use here? We're dancing. When you dance towards something or dance away from something, or we dance together, what do we do when we're dancing? Tiny steps and dancing. We're dancing around something. Are we dancing around this? Not really, are we? We're like going straight in there.
Sounds like avoiding, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like avoiding. Dancing a line. So maybe it's about the foot. I hate using footprint though. Oh, this is a tough one. It's like all there, but I just can't quite. Dancing into, share resources. Big shift. I think I still like the big shift and tiny steps. I still think that's the best. Dancing into shift, many hands make light work. So many tiny steps. I do like that, many hands make light work. I love that. Many hands make light. Many hands, tiny steps. Many hands, tiny steps. The environment, many hands, tiny steps. What if we just said, okay, what if we just stripped it, we got rid of the tiny steps. What if we just said the big shift is coming? If we said the big shift is coming, just like that, we just said the big shift is coming. If we contextualize that and talk about changes in the environment or caring for the environment, so the positive thing. So I'll just say, saving or the environment, the big shift is coming. How does that feel?
I still like the first one, I can take tiny steps. I like that because it's action oriented.
It's action, that's right. Yeah, I reckon let's just leave that for now. It's quite a few words, but we might, so I can make tiny steps while we wait for the big shift. I actually really like that. I don't think we can do better than that for now. I've got 3 lines here. Some of you might have 4, and some of you might even have 5. What we have to do, hopefully the maximum is 4. That would be really fantastic. So I've got 3. So what I'm doing with my little piece of paper is I'm going to fold it into 3 sections. So if you've got 4, you can fold it in half and fold it again. I have to make a little like cigarette pipe with mine to fold it into 3. So just loose now, because we've got the protest starts in 40 minutes. We've got to have our posters made. So I've got 3 here and I've folded them. So what I'm going to do with my pencil is these are the 3 sections that my letters are going to fit in. I'm just going to create a little border. So here's my fold lines. So you can see on my demo, about like 5 mil in, I'm just going to create a little border to give everything some room to breathe. And my text is going to fall within these rectangles. Now, with each of these rectangles, I'm going to divide them up into the spaces. So my first one is 11 spaces for these times. So I need 10 little marks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just make it approximate. So I've got the 10 marks for my 11 spaces. Now I'm going to make the lines. So I just make lines in the section to divide it up really fast. Don't worry about being too perfect. Then these are the areas I'm going to fill with my typography. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little space in between each one, and then that helps me even things up a little bit too. The bigger spaces I'll put on that side, the littler spaces I'll put on that side. So this is the space between each of my letters. So now I've got the spaces for my letters, and I'm going to go in there. I'm going to use this bold texture, so it's really easy for you to see. And I'm going to start dropping my typography in. Now, you can just hand draw your type. I've got some ideas here. Oh, you know what we can do? We can get reference from other things for our typography. So we could just hand draw it as best we can, but we can look at things around the house. Like I've got some organic beans here, and you can see the different types of typography on here, the different fonts that they've used. And I like this Mackenzie's baking powder. They've got some cool different fonts on there. You can use books, or alternatively, you can find a great thing if you're into poster making is a type catalog, and you've got all this different, and you can look on the internet and just use these letter forms as reference to give some different styles to your typography. So say, for example, your word is tough. You might like it to have these slab serifs on it, so it's nice and big and tough. And then that's kind of tough, but you want it to be tougher. So instead of coloring in the word, we're going to color a block around it to make it really tough. If we want to use, say, for example, the word move, let's put a drop shadow on it so it looks like it's moving. Here's another one I made up yesterday, city. So if we're talking about the city, I've made it look all like landscape and metropolitan. And then I got really carried away and thought, I want to describe the city. So I'm going to fill the city with the city. So the leaves might leave the city, might be full of leaves. Could look super cute, like all the leaves settling on the ground. So I'm going to draw in these times. And mine is going to be long and skinny. Now you can choose, if you want it to be a little bit fatter, to just chop your section in half if you like. I've just made a mistake already. THE, and I've put a little halfway line there as well, so that I can see halfway. That's where I put my lines on my E's, space, times, and my M's super skinny, but it all fits, and then R. 3, and changing is 9. And then my R, I'm going to look at, oh, that's quite a cool Mackenzie's. And changing needs to be italicized. And then I've got an extra space for my exclamation mark. I have done my post. Have you finished yours? Are you going there? So I want R to be bold. I'm going to colour that in. Oh no, I'll do that negative space thing. That looked really fantastic. Were they? You might not get your poster finished today. We're going to have to stop in 10 minutes and look at this other. How we can disseminate our posters once we've made them. Okay, how is everyone going there? Who's organised? Where's Linda's camera off? Brenda, how are you going? Do you want to unmute and then hold it up if David can pin Brenda so we can see what she's up to?
I'm just working on my text a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's really fun.
Let's see.
I haven't done that.
Oh, fantastic. I love it. No, yeah, that's great. I like that no is is really strong.
So I'm still playing.
Yep, awesome. How's everyone else going? Gabrielle, you look like you're going great guns there. Oh yeah. That's so great with you, like very, very big brother. Hold it up again. You're big now. Yeah, the pastor's watching you. Yeah, that's great. The pastor's watching you. Yeah, that's fantastic. Kriti, how are you going there? Oh yeah, this is looking good. I see some color already. Let's see if we can, David, can we pin that one? Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, my tiny steps push for big change. I love it. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Am I allowed to say that's the best one? I'm probably not allowed to say that, but that is pretty awesome. I love the way you've used color there as well. That's fantastic. Okay, so now we've made a mini poster. Now what? What are we going to do with this tiny little thing? So what we're going to do is, what we can do, Hui and I went through this process last weekend, and very similar process to this. We used letraset typography instead of hand drawing, but we wanted to make a poster in an hour. And so we're thinking about the things that are, our birthdays are in the same week, and we thought that might be a good idea. Then I love cats on my walks. I don't actually call them walks, I call them cat hunts. And we was talking about his 3 cats, and he has this incredible cat called Ice Cream. And Ice Cream, now that's Ice Cream on the right when she was little. She lost a leg about, I think like a year ago in a car accident, and she's just still got the same vivaciousness. And you can see there on the left, she's just so fantastic. So we talked about, Ice Cream's behavior and attitude, and how she's just so, like, the leg missing hasn't stopped her at all. So we came up with, I can walk over everything. And so we thought we'd set the typography, but instead of, we need to like contextualize the cat. So we thought we'd do a picture of the cat as well as our typography. So the picture of the cat would fit within a little A4 fold down. So it's all scalable. So it fits within that A system. And so we set the typography. We used the book as reference. I did the drawing. I can walk over everything is how I did it. I scanned it in on my home scanner here at 600 DPI, black and white, just did the outline of the text. And then, because I wanted it to have the cat in as well, I divided the A4 into 4 spaces, and I did a halftone of the cat. And we can talk about halftone afterwards if you're interested in. It's a good way of taking a photographic image, and just an iPhone image, and making it so you can print it black and white in a really clear way. It's otherwise also called bitmapping, like bitmap an image. And then so I printed it out. I thought, it's COVID times, we're in lockdown, I've only got my home printer. So I thought I could make 2 little A4 posters and cut them, hand color them. Now I used a chalk marker to do the coloring. And then I went out and put the posters up on the street. And in this case, I used double-sided tape. And they were fantastic. And people were asking me all about, why is this cat walking over everything? People were like, what's this about the cat? What's this cat? And so I've explained to a lot of people in my neighborhood here in Erskineville about Ice Cream the cat and how awesome she is. And then I thought, these are great on poles, these small little mini posters, but how choice would it be to make up a big one? So I went back to the computer, I enlarged it to A1, and I thought I could get Officeworks to print it out for me. Now, this is still my dinky little hand drawing that I did really quick. So I made it A1, I uploaded it to Officeworks, and they have an option for black and white posters. Loaded the design. There we go, there it is. And I liked that really long, thin format as well. So I kept that, and I made the poster as big as I can on that A1 size. Then I printed it out, click and collect, went down to Officeworks, got the poster roll, hand painted it with acrylic paint and my chalk marker. So any poster you print on plan printing paper, Officeworks, the poster paper is the same as the paper we've been working on today. The paper weight is 80 GSM. You can paint acrylic paint on it. It will buckle at first because of the moisture in the paper, but then it flattens out once it's dry. So don't worry if you start hand painting your poster and it seems like it's buckling. Just keep going. The chalk markers are great. They're a little expensive, but they're fantastic. And here's the poster hand painted. And I decided to use a fluorescent marker for over. I wanted to emphasize over. And someone asked me yesterday, when you paste up posters, how do you do it? And this is my secret recipe. I've been pasting up posters on the street for, oh my goodness, over 15 years. And up until now, my wheat paste recipe was a secret, but because it takes a while to perfect a wheat paste recipe that is affordable, that means the council can't remove your posters easily and people can't take your posters down easily, and also provide some waterproofing for your posters as well. So I have a wheat paste mix that involves wallpaper paste, water, and PVA glue. And I also adhere my posters with a roller, not with a brush, because there's less damage on the front of the posters if you're using a roller. And actually for me, it's much faster and cleaner. So there we go. Little Ice Cream is world famous in Erskineville, up all around the town with some hand painted A1 posters. This is amazing. Bridget, how are you going?
Yeah, good. I'm adding color.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, that looks so good. You're nearly there.
Nearly there.
Yeah. And so feel, what colors are you doing feel and?
Well, I was just going to do it all like this gray. So the emphasis was on connected and change.
Perfect. That would be, that's fantastic. Yeah. And if you wanted to scan that one and make that one big, even though it's color, just scan it and make it grayscale and then print it. And then you can actually just paint on those gray areas. They'll come out as gray, the blue and the pink, but you can just paint over it. It'll be fine. Awesome. Yeah. So you don't need to redraw it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Unreal. Would you want to show us what you're up to?
Yeah, I didn't get, unfortunately, any colour.
That's okay.
On the fly, so I'm still working with. I'm actually thinking maybe because I had the past is watching you, but I'm almost thinking that if I were to take this further, I'd probably make it the place is watching you or this place is watching you, which would kind of really sort of bring people into the present.
Yes.
Because I like the idea of the past watching you, but I also like the idea of the place. So that back to the living quality of the place. So
maybe you could actually, what you could do, because I know you've got plenty of time, is you could make a poster series just to really keep the neighbourhood on their toes, and just make one. The first one could be this place is watching you, and you could pop those up 1 week on the polls, and then I'd wait probably 3 weeks, and then do a round of the and then do a round of the past is watching you. Okay, who else have we got here? Pretty, how are you going? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's so great with green. Oh, of course. My tiny steps push for big change. I love that. That's so fantastic.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not very visible, but there's a little bit of shadow behind the green marker. So
there's a little bit of what, sorry?
So I've used, besides the pen, there's
the pencil for a drop shadow sort of thing. Yeah, that's fantastic.
My penmanship isn't great.
It doesn't need to be though to communicate. Like, that's fantastic. That works. Like, we can read that and it makes me stop and think. Yeah, it's really great. I really like that. A new choice of green. Okay, everyone else, how are we going? Hui, have you finished yours? Now that you've seen ice cream, you've got ice cream's posters. I am gonna miss tree. Oh no, that's really sad.
No, I don't know. It's kind of like I kind of like reframed it as like, I'm always interested in trees and stuff. Whenever I visit a place, like the kind of like most identifying feature like of that place, for example, like Tokyo with like the very green trees, like is something that kind of like I always remember. So what I remember a place for its faunas and flora. So yeah, I thought it's like a nice thing to express, and it's the fact that like we keep cutting our trees as well. So there's that as well. It's kind of like so the whole thing says I am gonna miss the tree. So I mean whichever way you take it, but it's like there's also this like ghost tree as well. So
Yes. I think that's fantastic. I love that it's got so many meanings on so many levels. That's really fantastic. And I can see you could actually have the tree go all the way up to the top of the paper and all the way down the bottom and color the two sides solids. So more like one of those Para 68 posters. So you've got that really heavy weight and the negative space behind the tree solid, and then the gap in the middle with the text on it and the little arms reaching out of the tree into that heavy space. That would be amazing. That's fantastic. So is that what we're going to paste up next week? We can do that? That's awesome.
Can't wait.
Fantastic. We've got 3 minutes left, folks. This has been amazing. We did it all. Oh, Brenda's got it. Oh, Pim Brenda, she's up. She's got colour. Let's see. Oh, yes. I like that because yours is so gentle. Oh, nice work on the texture. Well, you know what I might ask everyone to do if we're up for it, even if you haven't finished your drawing, your poster, are you okay to hold it all up so I can take a photo? We can do gallery view and I can just see everyone's poster held up in the frame. We'll see if David can do that. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's awesome with the eyes. Oh, they look so good together. Imagine a wall of these. This is brilliant. Congratulations, everyone. They're amazing.
Well, thank you, Wendy. You are officially awesome. The workshop, well, it made me think of a lot of things, but actually it made me think about the spirit of 21, because the phrase itself it's like a poster slogan. It has two meanings combined in one, where they play against each other. It holds both the sense of spirit as the sense of loss, because let's face it, 2021 has been a lost year for all of us. But the phrase itself is affirmative. It's about vitality and resilience and the spirit of ferment that is life. We still have blood in our veins and are capable of more than complaining about Zoom or swearing at Twitter. The spirit of 21 is also our capacity to challenge, to create, and to change. This tension between what disturbs and disappoints and ultimately what motivates us to make change, to take risk, are the same thing. The spirit of 21 is our attempt to remind ourselves of this. To change gears, but not lanes, we will now go to Kath Fries. Kath is an artist, curator, and Buddhist practitioner who will take us outside for a collective act of meditative walking. I had the great pleasure of participating in the trials for this work and was blown away by the way this method changed how I experienced the world. As an artist, it does something very familiar. It slows you down and makes you focus on things you would never notice. The texture of grass, the color of asphalt, or the sense of the work your body does to balance as you walk. You also don't have the same internal dialogue that you do when you meditate sitting, when all your brain has to occupy itself with are thoughts. When you walk and meditate, you are in the world, and you need to do all of the things you need to do to navigate that world, to keep from falling down or getting hit by a car. And the focus of meditation makes you present to all of that.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Alex, for the introduction. And thank you, everyone, for joining me online for this walking meditation, Walk Down and Lockdown. I'm joining you today from Camaragal land in the Eora Nation. And I'd like to acknowledge the elders, past, present, and emerging, the custodians of this place. And I think it's important to bring to mind the history of the places where we are walking and the First Nations custodians of the land on whose which we're walking, because the process of a walking meditation is one of interconnection, and you're connecting with your mind and your body with the ground underneath your feet and with the air and atmosphere and ecosystems around you. It's a cultural process, and this connection to ongoing culture is something that we're all participating in. So please take a moment to hold in your mind the First Nations peoples on whose land you're walking today and the interconnections of their ongoing connection to culture and place and your interconnections with them and with this place. So when we begin walking, I'm going to invite you to hold your phone in your hand by the side of your leg and to relax. So the camera on your phone is going to be looking at the ground, and the Zoom recording is going to be of the ground on which we're all walking together. So if you'd like to begin by turning your camera down, your phone down to face the ground, and relax your shoulders and breathe into your belly. Take a few deep breaths and then lift one foot up and begin walking. And continue to keep your shoulders relaxed and to breathe through your nose into your belly. Breathe quite deeply and walk slowly. Bring your attention gently to the contact between your feet and the ground. You can feel the pressure of your heel rolling through the arch of your foot, through to the ball of your foot and to your toes. And then the rhythm and the movement as you lift your foot and swing your leg forward for the next step. And just move at your own pace. Feel the ground under your feet and think about the ground under your feet. And think about your breathing. Feel the air coming in through your nose and into your lungs, and then back out again into the world. The purpose of the walking meditation practice is to bring your body into the same rhythm and movement as your mind, and to bring your mind into the same rhythm and movement as your body, and to feel that your body is moving within the same rhythm as the earth that you're walking on. So it's helpful if you lower your head a little bit. So you're just looking at the ground about 1.5 meters in front of where you're looking, in front of where you're walking. So you can see where you're going to be walking, where you're taking the next step. But try not to look around you too much because you're trying to slow down. Focus gently. Focus your attention on each foot touching the ground and your breathing. you'll find that you'll fall into your own comfortable rhythm of walking slowly and breathing. And keep your shoulders relaxed and your hips relaxed. Walking meditation is often practiced as part of Buddhist meditation. And there's a very well-known Vietnamese Buddhist monk and teacher. His name is Thich Nhat Hanh. And he teaches walking meditation, often to really large groups of people. And then on his Buddhist retreats, there's huge groups of people who join him and his monks and nuns to do walking meditations together in silence. So one of the things that Thich Nhat Hanh teaches about walking meditation is that it's a way for us to generate compassion and gratitude for the earth. With each step we take, we're kissing the ground with our feet. And this sense of gratitude to the earth can help shift how we think about our relationship with the earth. To think about how we respond to the earth with care and kindness and gratitude. I think it's a beautiful notion to hold in your mind that each step you take is a way of kissing the earth. The sole of your feet, the sole of each foot is kissing the ground as you walk along. So you'll feel this slow, gentle, rolling momentum as your breathing becomes in sync with the steps that you're taking. As your heel meets the ground and rolls through the arch of your foot to the ball of the foot and your toes, and swinging through to the next foot and repeating. Bringing our focus, our mental attention to this simple act of walking and breathing can be very calming, can calm the mind and calm the body and help to generate a sense of connection with our surroundings. Quite a lot of writers and artists use walking as a way to help generate creative thinking. Rebecca Solnit has written a lot about how writers use the process of walking to help them think about what they're going to write. And there's something in the calmness and the rhythm and movement of walking like this that helps you to make unexpected connections and can free up your mind. If you feel like your mind is starting to wander too much and you're getting distracted from what you're doing, just bring your attention back to your breathing. Breathing in through your nose, into your lungs, and out again at your own pace. And breathing is always interconnecting us with our surroundings. The air around us comes into our lungs and is released again back out into the world. You'll find that you'll have fallen into your own sort of gentle rhythm. Breathing and walking, feeling the ground under your feet with each step that you take, with each step as you kiss the earth with the soles of your feet. You feel the air on your skin and around you. And as you breathe in, the air coming into your body and then being released back out into the world. It's quite simple to do a walking meditation. You can do it anywhere. You can do it outside or inside. You can do it in a room. You can do it in a tall apartment building and still feel connected to the earth and to the ground. Just visualize with each step that you take how connected you are to the building and to the structure of the building that reaches down into the ground and holds you there safe. So walking meditation can last for as long as you want it to. You can continue walking for much longer. But for today, I'm going to invite you now to slow down and bring your gaze up from the ground, to look up slowly at the horizon around you. And if you're outside, the sky over your head. And to pause there and feel how your body feels different and your mind feels different. And your sense of being connected to the world around you has shifted. So now I'd invite everybody take a few deep breaths and to remind yourselves that this sort of walking meditation is quite easy to return to and to repeat whenever you would like to do it. And thank you so much for joining me on this walk today for Spirit of 21.
Well, one of the things we really wanted to do with the Spirit of 21 was to get people out of their seats and away from their screens. Kath's work certainly did this, so thank you, Kath. I remember there was this moment when we first started the session that I did, when you turned the phone away from yourself to the ground. There was a sense of liberation in turning your gaze away from yourself and placing it firmly upon the world. For me, this simple gesture said something profound about the collateral pressure that our new online life is placing on us. And now we will bring to a close the first day of the Spirit of 21 with the first of our open mic sessions. We called out to the internet and the internet replied. We received over 3 hours of material, from the music videos to video art, from poems to jokes to entities we do not know the nature of, a profusion of divergent, dissimilar, and diverse creation. We have selected an hour's worth that will be played across the festival. It's what we like to call here at Cementa anarchic inclusion. The first selection will last for the next 30 minutes, so sit back and enjoy the show. I'll see you all here tomorrow for our second day. That starts at 4 p.m. We'll see you all then. Thank you.
Do you have trust issues? Do you want to sway public opinion, invisible to the scrutiny of public disclosure? Be a Dickensian anonymous benefactor, pulling the purse strings of your economic privilege? Well, now you can with a Magda Carter & Associates administered Great Expectations Blind Trust. Hi, I'm Magda Carter, homeschooled graduate from the Netflix School of Law and founding partner of Magda Carter & Associates. At Magda Carter & Associates, we know a flagrant lack of transparency is key to protecting your financial arrangements from the clutching envy of the lower classes. Our ask no questions and you'll be told no lies guarantee ensures you'll exercise your financial influence through a veil of secrecy, while the beneficiary of your great expectations is insulated in a Teflon coat of plausible deniability. Don't let public scrutiny give you the pip. Phone Magda Carter & Associates on 1-800-ME for your obligation-free consultation. Our paralegal intern exploitation program recruit, Drew Diligence, is standing by in our Cayman Island call center with your complimentary investment mask and chaff bag. Don't just trust. Blind trust with Magda Carter & Associates. Magda Carter & Associates, protecting your great expectations.
supermarket. Hello. Bobo is going to have a little fireside chat with you all about how wonderful they are. They're so wonderful. So very wonderful. They're very nice. So, come along and it'll be very interesting. Very interesting, yes. So, Bobo will see you all soon. Bye-bye says Bobo. Bye-bye says Bobo until we see you all at the supermarket where we'll fireside chat. Bye-bye says Bobo. Bye-bye. Whoa, well,
Get down from your cross, throw away your sickle. The answer is not in a star. Run away with me into the everlasting mystery of quantum spins and hadronic relationships bound by the Creator in an atomic cosmos, orbiting energy, the Creator's desire, attracting matter unto itself, until the world could behold itself in a human eye and shone wonder into our minds. Your eternal story unfolding within and around us, teaching us to know ourselves as creatures of your divinity, innocent children desperate to know you, who looked at the sun and thought you were there, who looked into our minds thinking you were there, who looked beyond the fermions and found you, spinning in a rhythm only you know, writing a script we can only play, orchestrating your symphony where we are only notes. With a freedom we will never know, a freedom we children didn't understand until we found your code. And there we were, spiraling replications of your mysterious agenda, ourselves gradually unfolding before us, so we can marvel and wonder at your mystery, finding comfort in our understanding that we are all with you and part of you, never separate, never alone, as you determined it to be so. I wonder why you made this life full of terror and satisfying meals, of pain and quenched thirst, of despair and kisses, of slaughter and compassion, where infants die and murderers live, where we stumble about building a law to champion our morality, a law we believed was yours until now. When we see your sovereignty written in acid, bound in sugary chains, your divinity manifest in every living thing, every thought, every word, every deed, held in your sway, your will only to be done. We, determined puppets of your majesty, wait upon your next moment of existence until you cut our strings and we clatter to our graves. Your marvelous everlasting mystery.
I tried, but it wasn't good enough. I didn't give up, but it wasn't quick enough. You always remember what you didn't do, and the ones that did, do they feel sorry for you? against. You keep running into the same old lack of talent. Your old maid disappointment is with you all the way.
Phil the Rift Tantilua Thrill Phil Lilac Me Lilac Rule Philly IU Phil Subsidiary Late Willy Phil Till Lavile Phil Phi him Philly I Willy Bundles Resubsidiary Phi bundles I saw salt Phil and light and the bundles lay Phil the pie Phil pie Vil Vile Philly I bundles Vile subsidiary Willy Phil and Phi you him Phil Pie lay will go till him Phi Will Philly I and pie will him na faith subsidiary fill in Vil Lilac the in clean and wilt him Anna Philly I saw Philly I Phil wilt Vile Pie ale Pie Phil nor in in and et and nils Phil wilt chili pie Phil and go Lily Vile Vile Ali Philly I Vile Lear Ali Eor Phil lay Tilland and pie Lizzie Ali Willow go wilt Willy wilt in go Lilo add in message said Willy and to Vile Vile if Titty in Vile he Vile Philly Willy to that thousand him Vile in or Lily to bundles wilt and he I saw faith ha go to the oil I saw in at him he fi him Phil pie Phil nor in and Alan Phil and Ira you twill fi Lori Lily faith bundles you lay and Vile Lily the Vile you already lay in Vile Vil I'd willow him Vile him Philly eyes Willy Will to nil fight rule him link go Vile you go bundles fight and wilt fight lay you or him Willy wilt Willy row Phil will you at Vile Vile he you Vile Phil Vile willow wilt Phil you Vile you Phil lay Phil and go Vile I saw go Vile Phil fight or I him Vile wall Willy popple Phil you Vile willow Vile go Willy and or Willy Phil him nor you or Vile or Ali or you Jill or you or Lila you there or him you or you what you or Ali Vile or I saw Ali or Pi or you or you saw or go you faith or go faith so till trust or Phi or